Cookie water store.
That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
There's 7 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
We got 7.
Yes, sir.
Come on, babe. Come on.
What's baby? What? What, honey?
You know what?
Anybody?
I start to say something, but we got company. All right, Mr. Attorney.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem and Commissioners. We will request a motion to go into executive session for the discussion of pending and potential litigation and real estate.
Second.
All right, we're voting, Ms. Bonner.
Yes, sir.
What's the number? What do you call it? Okay. Oh, you hear it vibrating. At least feel it.
You gonna vote?
We got it.
We got it now?
Yes. Okay. That motion carries with Mr. Mason being present, not voting, and Mr. Sean Franham out.
Anything, Ms. Bonner?
Sir?
Anything?
Yes, sir, he has a motion.
Okay. I was just thinking.
We have the affidavit and a motion, sir.
All right, we going to our attorney, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners. We will request a motion to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
You got it, Ms. Bonner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, voting. You don't have to. I'm just saying he doesn't have to.
Mr. Johnson. That motion carries with Mr. Franum out.
All right, Mr. Attorney.
Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners, we'll request a motion to approve an EPD consent order regarding facility ID 9121142.
So moved.
Second.
Second, Mr.
Second.
Johnson. Ms. McKnight and Mr. Johnson.
Yes, ma'am. Ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, voting.
It's unanimous.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Attorney?
No, sir.
Anything, Madam Administrator? No, sir. Anything, Ms. Bonner?
No, sir.
Okay. So, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I'd like to call public services to order. Ms. Bonner, are there any deletions or additions to the agenda?
No, sir.
All right. Are there any requests for consent from any committee members? Mr. Mason.
Yes, if we could consent numbers 9 and 10.
9 and 10.
Any objection? Without objection. All right, Ms. Bonner, let's go top to bottom.
Okay, are we going to take a motion on that, sir?
Can we
To
do it without
consent
objection?
items?
Well, I thought we could do it without objection.
Or objection?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Walton?
Good afternoon. Our first item is alcohol number 22-65. It's a request by Jacqueline Stevenson for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with Family Dollar number 23008, located at 3258 Wrightsboro Road. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. Do we have any objections to this alcohol petition? Ms. Stevenson, I need you to come. State your full name and home address.
My name is Jacqueline Stevenson, 1307 Windsong Circle, Augusta, Georgia, 30907.
Okay. Any questions from anyone on the committee?
Move to approve.
There's a motion. Do we have a second? I'll second. Okay, there's a motion from Mr. Mason, second by Mr. Clark. Okay, voting.
It's unanimous, and for the record, Commissioner Sean Fradden will be absent from today's committee meeting.
Next
Okay.
item is a new location, alcohol number 22-66, a request by Jacqueline Stevenson for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with Family Dollar number 29308, located at 2428 Windsor Spring Road. The application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. Do we have any objectors to this alcohol petition?
Is he an objector?
No.
My name is Jen White. I'm here on behalf of Family Dollar. I'm sorry, I'm late. I'm here to answer any questions or concerns that the commission may have with the application by Family Dollar. My apologies for the late entrance.
Okay, so there are no objectors.
Motion to approve.
All right, motion and a second. Voting.
It's unanimous.
Super District 2.
All right, next
Next
item.
item is a new location, alcohol number 22-67, a request by a request by Jacqueline Stevenson for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with Family Dollar number 26198, located at 2020 Gordon Highway. Excuse me. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. Do we have any objectors to this alcohol petition? None noted.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Voting.
It's unanimous.
All right, next item.
This is an existing location, alcohol number 22-68. It's a request by Raju Bumagadi for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with Mini Mart located at 3307B Mike Paget Highway. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. Do we have any objectors to this alcohol petition?
Is this an objector or is this gentleman
No,
the applicant?
this- yeah.
Applicant, okay, okay.
State your full name and home address.
Home and 2111 Howard Road, Augusta 30906, home address.
Full name.
Full name Raju Vemuganti.
Mr. Mason?
Motion to approve. There was no objectors, right?
There's no objectors, no, sir.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Voting.
Unanimous.
Thank you. Next item.
This is an existing location, alcohol number 22-69, a request by Victor Stanilis for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with Fuel Express located at 2700 Gordon Highway. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. Do we have any objectors to this alcohol petition? Full name and home address.
Yeah, I'm Victor General Stanislas, 2112 Harold Road, Augusta.
You have a motion?
To approve.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Voting.
Mr. Clark? Thank you. Unanimous.
All right, next item.
This is a new location, alcohol number 22-70, a request by Salvador Villasenor for a consumption on-premise liquor, beer, and wine license to be used in connection with Taqueria El Patron, located at 3435 Wrightsboro Road, Suite 1130. There will be Sunday sales on this application. The Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development approved this application. Are there any objectors to this alcohol petition? No.
Salvador Galván Villaseñor, Bridgewater, 2026, Augusta, Georgia.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's motion and a second. Voting.
It's unanimous.
Next item.
This is an existing location, alcohol number 22-71, a request by Chadwick Bush for a consumption on-premise liquor, beer, and wine license to be used in connection with the Six located at 2623 Deansbridge Road. There will be dance. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. Are there any objectors to this alcohol petition? Full name.
Okay, none noted.
Chadwick Bush, 3020 Pinewood Drive, Augusta, Georgia, 30906.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Voting.
Thank you.
Unanimous.
Thank you. Next item. The last item is an extension, alcohol number 22-22-3. It's a request for an extension for the consumption on-premise liquor, beer, and wine license to be used in connection with Miami Vibes located at 730 Broad Street. This application was previously approved April 19th. He's asking for an extension, and it has been approved by the Sheriff's Department and Planning and Development.
Okay. So we don't need to ask about any objection.
He's just asking for an extension. I believe he came before the commissioners about a week ago with the owner of the property.
Right.
And it's just his time limit on opening.
Okay.
So he needs to come back before the commissioners for an extension.
And I believe there were some questions that some of the members of the commission had. Has that been cleared up as well?
Yes, he has put in another application, which we'll bring before you. I believe it's gonna be on the 27th.
Okay. All right, do we have a motion? Or do we have a question? Let's see, Mr. Hassan.
Yes, sir. Ms. Walton, you just made mention, answer my colleague, question about issues being cleared up, and you just made mention about another application coming before us. How does that compare, or does that put in jeopardy what you're doing today? Because I'm trying to see, if I remember correctly, it was it seems to be about a sprinkling issue. Are we talking about the same building?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so all those issues, if those things are connected, do we make the mistake of approving this and those other things kind of unravel? Are they not connected?
Well, all of it's connected, but you did approve this application, and after Mr. Jeremy, I think, acquired the property and started into work and opening the business, these other things occurred.
Okay.
Which I believe he has taken care of it with the fire department.
Can we hear from the director to just kind of add a little bit more clearance to that?
The amended application will remove the dance. By removing the dance, the sprinkler system will go away, so it'll be resolved.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions from any other colleague?
Motion to approve.
Can we get
Oh, was there-
can we get a conference from the chief on that, please?
Chief Burton?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We were able to meet with the owner of the business. We're currently waiting on an official submittal, but I think we were able to shed some light. And I think because of that, the owner is deciding to change the scope of his business.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Voting.
It's unanimous.
All right, well, if that's all the business before this committee, I call it adjourned. Administrative Services is in your hands.
Yes, sir.
You ready, Ms. Bonner?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Bonner. Administrative Service is now in session. Are there any additions or deletions, Madam Chairman? Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Item number 11 is being requested for deletion by the administrator, and I will allow her to give her comments regarding this matter for deletions.
If she want to remove, Ms. Bonner, I will just remove it without any comments.
Okay.
Unless somebody feel compelled to. So we might get a consent agenda. With that of them, I try to consent item number 1, number 3, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8. I'm removing number 9.
You're removing it, you're
Yes, ma'am,
deleting it?
removing 9, actually removing number 9. Number 10. Number 11. I'm sorry, number 13, 13.
Number 13.
Yes, ma'am, and I have one question for number 12. Is number 12, is this Craig Horton? Because I don't think it says Horton.
Yes.
Okay, and number 12.
And number 12?
Yes, ma'am. Are there any objections? If not, can I get a motion? Ms. Bonner voting.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
You want to go back through them?
We will. Hold on just a moment. Okay, that will be item number 1, number 3, number 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 for deletion, 10, 11 deletion, 12, and 13.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was Mr. Bobby Williams and Ms. Francine Scott.
Voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. Item number 4, Ms. Bonner.
Item number 4 is a motion to approve postponing the Augusta, Georgia strategic plan until 2023.
Madam Administrator, I see what you have here, but did we finish with the strategic plan?
No.
So it's not finished?
No, sir. The strategic plan hasn't even gotten off the ground good.
Okay. So are you asking us to stop it if it is not complete?
Because all of the commissioners have not had the opportunity to meet with the consultant, I am requesting that we postpone activities, so stop it in its tracks at this point, and then pick it back up and basically start over at the first of the year.
Okay. Okay. Any objections to that? And if not, can I get a motion? Voting, Ms. Bonner.
Mm-hmm. It's unanimous.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, Ms. Bonner, what's our next one?
Will be item number 2, I believe, sir.
Item number 2.
Okay. Item number 2 is a presentation by the interim administrator Douse and discussion by the commission relative to the proposed Gold Cross contract.
All right, thank you, ma'am. To my colleagues on the committee as well as to my colleagues in general, I think here's what I think would be a good mode of operation in terms of doing this, allowing the administrator to go through the contract in terms of the presentations, the disagreements, the agreements, and what have you, and from there, we'll come back and ask questions. Because I think if we stopped along the way, then I think we should probably never get through. So let us make a presentation first, and then we'll come back with our questions. Madam Administrator?
Thank you. Commissioners, staff is coming before you today. I am coming before you today to report that majority of the terms in the contract have been negotiated. Majority of the terms of the contract negotiations have been resolved, with only a few outstanding items to remain. Therefore, we are in need of your specific guidance as concerning the remaining issues. As staff is negotiating on behalf of the commission, we have not taken any personal position regarding these items, just that we believe such to be best practices. To this vein, on Tuesday, August 3rd, 2021, the Augusta Commission approved 7 recommendations and findings from the EMS Ambulance Quality of Service Study Subcommittee. The recommendations included determining the number of units in service and the level of service on available units, as well as others. From a quality control standpoint, it included periodic reviews of the service provider's progress and the appointment of a contract administrator. On August 2nd, the Augusta Commission approved the inclusion of quarterly invoices with supporting data and the development of a complaint process. While the complaint process has been included in Section 2.13.1.a, the payment terms in relation to the subsidy is reserved by the Commission as stated previously. In an effort to highlight significant changes from the current MOU and the previously communicated draft contract, I have broken them down into 4 categories: accountability measures, financial terms, contractual provisions, and legalese clauses. Section 1.6 addresses recommendation number 6 and designates the contract administrator as the Augusta Fire Chief. Section 1.21 defines non-peak hours between 8 p.m. and 7:59 a.m. from Sunday to Friday, and between 10 p.m. and 9:59 a.m. on Saturdays and holidays. Section 1.23 introduces a quick response vehicle, which allows the contractor the flexibility to respond to calls faster than a traditional unit or attend to patients with a lower priority need or when aid is needed that doesn't require transport. Section 1.26 defines non-peak hours as peak hours as stated previously. Section 1.29 defines response times and distinguishes between the time the unit arrives versus a quick response vehicle, particularly when patient transport is not needed. Section 1.30 defines the response time standard as well as the associated priority level of each, ranging from 1 to 3, with 3 being of low priority. Section 2.3D addresses recommendation number 1 and 2 and identifies 10 dedicated units in service during peak hours and 8 dedicated units in service during non-peak hours. No less than 8 units should be staffed to the advanced level of life support. Section 2.3.J addresses recommendation number 3 and requires the contractor to allow Augusta view-only access to track units and resources in real time. Section 2.3.K addresses recommendation number 7 and gives the county the ability to acquire a middleware software that will include a vehicle locator system similar to system used by Gold Cross currently. This system is estimated to cost anywhere between $200,000 and $250,000 and will require an estimated time frame of 18 months to procure. This time frame includes equipment purchase, installation, training, as well as our Augusta procurement process. Section 2.3.1
addresses Subcommittee Recommendation Number 5 by instituting a quality control component which requires quarterly reviews and required reports as detailed in Section 2.14. This also addresses number 14 in our recommendations from our subcommittee. Section 2.13.1.a details the monthly reports required and process implemented concerning billing and customer service complaints. In relation to our financial terms, Section 2.1 proposes a 5-year term with 2 renewal options to equate to a total of 10 years. The commencement date is yet to be determined, and termination clauses were added in Section 2.1.I to include termination of the contract if the contractor is no longer the State of Georgia EMS Region 6 zone provider. You will also note that liquidated damages were added, as well as a $250,000 one-time flat fee to purchase equipment and vehicles associated with quick response vehicle services. Regarding our contractual provisions, these items were inserted to include matters such as discrimination and a drug-free workplace, which is commonplace in all Augusta, Georgia contracts. The following legalese clauses were added to include force majeure, as well as a modification clause and Open Records Act requirements by law. Matters of contention remain, such as QRV fees. While we have recommended $250,000, Gold Cross has requested $500,000. Section 5.8 requires an annual financial audit. A right to audit supports contract compliance and has been supported by Government Accountability Office as a best practice when relating to contracting oversight. Ensuring adequate controls prevents or avoids wasteful, careless, and inefficient practices by contractors. This additional level of oversight protects the government and its taxpayers. Keep in mind, this is a matter of contention that we were unable to resolve. Section 5.11 requires a performance bond in the amount of 25% of the annual subsidy for each year of the contract. A performance bond will protect Augusta against possible losses in the event the contractor fails to or is unable to perform the services outlined in this contract. This practice, specifically as it relates to EMS services, is consistent across multiple municipalities throughout the state of Georgia. The Commission has reserved the right to declare the subsidy amount and associated transport charges. Therefore, these two matters were not a topic of discussion during the negotiation process. Commissioners, I have given you a quick reference guide which highlights all of the major changes to the draft contract, as well as a copy of the presentation presented to you today. Staff is available to answer any questions that you may have.
My colleagues, do you have any questions at this time? Commissioner Mason first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to go back to 2.3.d, just make sure that there's clarity.
Say it again, Mr. Commissioner.
2.3.d on the quick reference guide, or even in the, or even on page 4 of the slideshow handout.
Okay.
Ms. Downs. 2.3.d. On the handout with the slideshow, it's showing peak times of 10 ambulances and 8. And then on the quick reference guide, it's showing 12 and 10. Which one is correct?
That's a typo on the quick reference guide. Thank you for pointing that out. It should be 10 and 8.
Okay.
My apologies for that.
Great. That clarity is important. And the other question that I have at this point is that middleware software that we're talking about, Is that, whose cost?
That would be Augusta's cost.
Augusta's burden. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Bobby Williams?
Yes, ma'am. What section is the liquidated damages?
Section 2.13.1.
Okay, I'm
Point E.
Okay, I'm not there. Can you just go ahead and explain those to us?
Sure.
Said 2 point.
It's number 5 on this handout, sir, on the short one.
Number 5, page
Number
5.
5, page 5. At the top, financial terms, number 3.
Said page.
Page 5, sir. Financial terms,
Okay,
1, 2, 3, item number 3.
okay.
Y'all ready?
2, 1, 3.
Commissioner, do you see late run liquidated damages?
I'm trying to find it in our notes in the book.
Look on page 13 of the contract, behind section number 2. It's capital letter E.
Okay, can you just go ahead and explain it?
Sure. Late run liquidated damages charges the contractor a cost in the event, or a penalty, in the event they fail to meet the response time standard average within a given quarter. And the response times are outlined in the definition section of the contract at the beginning.
And, we're going back and forth. Can you just give me the response time?
Sure. So the response time standard, as outlined in section 1.30, breaks it down based upon the priority level. Priority level 1 in the urban district or urban area, less than 12 minutes, 90% of the calls. In the rural area, less than 15 minutes, 90% of the calls. For priority level number 2 in the urban area, they must respond within less than 15 minutes, 90% of the calls, and less than 20 minutes in the rural area, 90% of the calls.
Okay, and let's say they're not on time, so what happens with the liquidated damage? I mean, are they charged something, or?
It is an associated fee. They are required to present reports to Augusta on a monthly basis. Those reports are then averaged out because they also have some exemptions that they are able to claim. But at the end, if there is still damages to be owed, then yes, they will be charged those liquidated damages as a result of them not meeting the response time standards.
So we're relying on them to tell us whether or not they were late?
Yes, they would be doing so by providing us through a reporting mechanism.
Okay, and as somebody just said, we'll have a tracking mechanism, so would that report to us if they're late on time or what have you?
The
tracking
the
mechanism-
GPS system will track their arrival time, yes.
Okay.
Our system will also track the time the call was dispatched to them. And I also have our 911 director that could speak to how calls are transferred over to the contractor, as well as our fire chief that could speak to the tracking mechanism and the reporting features.
And I understand that, and you know that's probably the big holdup when it comes to me, because we have some people from the community calling in about ambulances being late. So we just need to basically get that part of it repaired, fixed, whatever you want to call it. So I guess we'll look into that, you know, once we start this, as to how accurate their reports will be, I guess. So another question, I'm going to move into this. I think before on the MOU, when we negotiated, we said that they had to have a certain level of professional certification, certificate people on the ambulance. So what are we demanding now? Are we demanding paramedics? Are we demanding level 1 people? What are we demanding?
So first, we're demanding that all of the vehicles are staffed in accordance with the Georgia Public of Health regarding those regulations. And then we also have outlined with our 8 ambulances, no less than 8 of them shall be staffed to the ALS level, which is advanced life support.
So it's that, I don't know. That's why I may sound ignorant right now, but is that a paramedic?
Yes, sir.
That's paramedic, and you're gonna have at least 2 people on it, so you have a paramedic and
And a EMT, intermediate or basic.
gotcha. Okay.
And Commissioner, to add to that, that is in section 2.3, letter D.
Okay.
And also letter E states that the contractor shall provide 3 paramedic level QRVs. So the QRVs will have paramedics as well.
All right. I also read, you know, my reading level is not that high, so I need some clarification on the termination clause. It was a bit confusing. It said every year, December 31, we can terminate the contract, but how so?
So it's standard language in county contracts that they terminate annually or have the option to terminate annually. However, hold on one moment. And that's the Augusta's termination right. So if you go to section 6.1, Augusta shall have the right to terminate the contract as set forth in section 2.1. However, we have included renewals from 2027 to 2028 and 2029 to 2031.
Okay, so every year, if we're not satisfied, we can terminate.
That is correct.
Okay. And so we could terminate based on response to incidents, them not showing up, you know, a certain number of times or something like that, correct?
I would like to defer that question to the law department.
Attorney Brown?
Did you hear me, Attorney Brown?
Yes, sir. I believe you're asking about termination and whether or not if the city was dissatisfied with the services, whether we could terminate.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we may.
Okay. I mean, and that's from the city side. We could terminate it, doesn't matter what they want, correct?
That's correct. We don't have to have the agreement.
Okay. All right. Who's the contract administrator in this? The commission or who?
The chief of
The Augusta Fire Chief.
Who is he? The man sitting beside you?
Yes,
Behind
sir. Chief Antonio Burden.
you? Okay. All right. I want to ask, if I may, I want to ask the chief a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Chief Burden, what's your expectation for this contract for EMS for the city? As a contact administrator, I said contact administrator. Obviously, you'll be the person questions will come out into, and you will be our immediate contact for the city of Augusta. So what is your expectation?
That's a really good question, Commissioner. Simply put, I think it's an increase in the level of service that's provided to the citizens of Augusta and Richmond County.
So we shouldn't have response calls and people saying people didn't show up. And
I think, like I mentioned, I think this is a step in the right direction.
I got you. So you're the contact person and the contract person.
I have been named in the contract as the contract administrator. Yes, sir.
I got you. And back to Ms. Administrator. Question. You know, we have, I would imagine, based on research, identified what we call peak times. So we're going to need some research to be done along the way or what have you to see how the peak time moves or stays the same here in Augusta. So how are we going to do our research for this?
So the peak times were set by the Augusta Fire Department based upon actual data. So this was not a recommended time frame received. This was actual data based upon our current call volume.
Okay, so how are you going to do the research? That's what I'm asking. Who's going to keep up with your research to look at whether it's good or bad, or peak times need to move, or we need this number of ambulances at this particular time, or what? How are we going to do the research?
The fire chief, as the contract administrator, and his staff will be responsible for that task, as well as reviewing the data that's received from the contractor through the required reports.
Okay. I'm looking at the proposed 5-year term, 2 renewal options, and you said we're looking at 10 years?
That's a total of 10 years, yes.
Okay, so each renewal would be 2.5 years?
Yes, about that.
And we have proposed 5. Okay. And the $250,000 would be for what?
That would be for the contractor to purchase quick response vehicles and the associated equipment that's required for each.
I got you. I don't know, Mr. Chairman, I see Mr. Vince back there. Can we bring him up with just one question?
Well, no,
Or you want to stay within?
We'll stay within it, because once we go, in case my colleague will answer the question again, because I'm going to be very patient, and I'm sure if we can get further down the road as we possibly can.
Yeah.
So let's keep it in-house for a moment. If there's a desire that we think you need to weigh in.
All I wanted to do was ask him what's the responsibility of the quick response vehicles if we're going to spend $250,000.
Ms. Dowse can answer that.
Okay, Ms. Dowse, can you answer?
Our fire chief can answer what's anticipated for that.
What's going to be his responsibility for those quick response vehicles that we need to spend $250,000 for?
Yes, sir. So quick response vehicles typically augment the system. So when you have a tiered response system, those quick response vehicles are more agile. They're able to quickly deploy resources to calls and allow the system to hold those actual ambulances available for those higher priority calls. So those quick response vehicles help out on many fronts, responding to those lower priority calls, and able to handle those calls that don't require an ambulance or a trip to the hospital, as well as being able to quickly get to those high priority calls and initiate that much needed patient care.
Okay, so my question is, will the fire department arrive first, or are we expecting these quick response folks to arrive about the same time or before you?
I think typically you will find that our fire department vehicles will arrive to scenes quicker. That's because we have so many of them, and they're located strategically throughout the city. So the question, it really is twofold, in that if the fire department is able to get there and it's a call that's transport's not needed, we're able to handle that call.
Mm-hmm.
Vice versa, if a quick response arrives and it's able to handle the call, well, it may be able to release fire units to be available for those critical calls. So in that tier system, it helps in many ways.
Got you. My last question, Mr. Chairman, for the attorney, if I may.
Yes.
We said force majeure clause expanded, so what did we do with that?
We outlined a basis of which basically would serve as a reason why an activity did not occur under certain natural circumstances, and went a little beyond what was in the MOU. They include, it says 1.23. I don't think we put them here to kill.
7.13.
Yeah, there's no 7.13 in mine on the book.
So basically, you're saying it was expanded because we went from the MOU to the contract, or
yes, we're trying to participate. We don't want to hold the. We do not want to. Thank you. We don't want to hold the provider responsible for something that could not be performed, because there are penalties or liquidated damages associated with non-performance. But the MOU was not very expansive in terms of force majeure. In this contract, if there's any kind of regulations by law or by ruling or regulation or requirement by the government, the federal government or state government, that limits their activity, if they obeyed that law, they could not be subject to liquidated damages on our behalf. Of course, the traditional things such as act of God or a pandemic or an epidemic were the reason, or if a third person interfered with the contractor's ability to perform. We were trying to be balanced so that if the contractor is doing all that they can humanly do and they are somehow interfered, or natural disaster or rule of law interferes with them doing what they have agreed to do here, they should not be penalized.
Right. Gotcha. And I get off the microphone after this question. Complaint process, how does that work? Is my last question? Oh my God.
The complaint process is outlined in section 2.13.1, letter A. It requires the contractor to maintain a comprehensive complaint management plan, which is designed to address and mitigate customer complaints. The contractor must notify Augusta of the outcome or status of said complaint, given due and timely notice. Incidents that require follow-up, the contractor must resolve the complaints within 5 business days and basically must also provide Augusta with outcomes within 15 calendar days, as well as to keep us apprised of any billing and customer service-related complaints.
Okay, I just have one more comment, and that is, it seems like everything is on them to report to us. I think we need to have a person somewhere in the process, or if they have a complaint and they have to email it into them or file some papers or what have you, something needs to automatically come to somebody on the city side.
So Augusta 311 has already been in talks concerning receiving complaints related to Gold Cross.
Okay.
Excuse me, our contractor.
Okay.
As well as we all know that Augusta 311 is well equipped to not only receive EMS service related complaints, but any and all other complaints that they are presented with from citizens.
Okay.
So that mechanism is already in place. They can categorize the calls as well as provide us with a report of any calls that they receive concerning EMS services.
Okay, so you're looking at a process that will go through 311 first and then could be transferred over to Gold Cross, or Gold Cross will have their own, we'll have our own?
That's correct. So the contract as presented to you today is the agreement between Augusta and the contractor. So we're requiring them to maintain complaints. And then Augusta will have a separate process to receive citizen complaints regarding EMS services. That is not outlined in this contract because it doesn't have anything to do with the contractor.
Okay. So if we do it that way, there needs to be in some way, shape, form, or fashion that we let citizens know that they can complain to Augusta through 311. Otherwise, they need to come through us to them. So, I don't know. Thank you. I appreciate you. I only held you 5 minutes, but.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you, Chairman. These questions will also be for the administrator. This may be the only time that Mayor Pro Tem asks more questions than I do, but on page 4 of your, well, I guess it's, I don't know what slide this is, but the accountability measures, the 1.29 defines response times. Couple questions on this one. First of all, who will be dispatching the ambulances? Will that be through Gold Cross like it is now, or is there a better, more efficient way?
Yes, Gold Cross will dispatch their own ambulance.
Okay.
Yes.
And so when it comes to response times and things, you know, around that big item that we all have questions about, when does the time start? Does it start when the call comes into us, or does it start when it's transferred over?
I'm going to let the 911 director, Daniel Dunlap, speak to those specifics.
Okay.
Hey, good afternoon. So that time will actually start once they have enough information to dispatch their unit at their facility. So it won't be the time that we receive the call in 911. It will not be the time that we transfer the call to them. But once they've obtained enough information in order to dispatch their resources, as when they advise the time will start.
How do we keep track of that? I mean, how do we know when the time actually starts? I mean, that's
right. So within the reports that we're going to be receiving daily, it'll obtain that information will be captured within to you know. So there's different times within dispatch as far as the time you actually receive the call, the time you've entered the call into the system, the time you've shipped the call to a dispatcher in order for it to be dispatched, and then the time that you've actually dispatched a unit. So within the reports that we've asked for, within the 2.1.3.1, that information should be received by us on a daily basis.
because I know a lot of times when we get the complaints, you know, it took them 20, 25 minutes to get to us. You know, there's 5 or 6 minutes sometimes in there of just talking to the various operators to, you know, and so trying to explain that to a citizen is kind of difficult, and you know, to them when they're waiting on an ambulance to come, they don't care.
Yes,
so,
sir.
That's why I asked that question.
Okay.
All right, back to the administrator. Under your accountability measures, on the next slide, it says requires the contractor to maintain a vehicle locator system. Does this contract also specify that there will be dedicated Augusta units or Richmond County units? I know that sometimes, based on call volumes and things, they have to move things from county to county, so.
Yes, it does. Section,
I mean, I know about the minimums that are required in county at any time, but I didn't know if those ambulances that have our locator units will be used elsewhere as well.
no, it does. The 10 and 8 is dedicated Augusta units during non-peak and peak times.
Okay. And in regards to the middleware software, you know, Mayor Pro Tem also asked the question around the 250. Is there a reason why Augusta has to absorb all of that cost? I mean, it's something to make our system talk to theirs, correct?
That's correct. Because the system is Augusta's system, the contractor has a system that is their system. So it would not be in their interest to want to purchase an additional system when Augusta's EMS Service Subcommittee stated for Augusta to procure a system.
All righty. I think that makes sense. Okay. And then under your legalese clause 7.24, no, I'm sorry. I'm trying to remember where it was. Where you're talking about the response times per, you know, the average per quarter in regards to, you know, whether there are any fines associated with this. Do those response times typically change quarter to quarter, or is it kind of an average across the board?
To my knowledge, no. I was looking for the fire chief.
He's over there.
Oh.
Could you repeat that question, sir?
So the comment was made earlier that the response times, you know, whatever the average for the quarter is, that's what the financial, you know, the liquidated damages would be based upon. So do those averages change quarter to quarter, or is it just kind of set across the?
They stay the same.
Okay. You know, I'm just trying to think through this of, you know, will there be, you know, all of a sudden there's a higher requirement that maybe they're not aware of or we're not aware of, or I don't know. It was just kind of oddly stated, so I just wanted to get clarification on that. All right. That is all the questions I have.
Okay. Commissioner Clark?
Thank you. Let's get back to the response times for a moment. Now, whenever anybody picks up a telephone call for an ambulance, to them it's an emergency, whether it's a broken toe or a brick to the head, it's an emergency, and they think that an ambulance should be there. Now, we're taking calls based on priority. When we go back and look at complaints made against Gold Cross, will it also have the information in there as to the complainant's initial call as to what the issue or the medical emergency is?
I don't think that's in your contract, is it? I think it's a common sense answer to say yes, because I'm gonna call
Hey,
them.
there are no common sense answers.
Well, if you're gonna call and make a complaint, I'd have to know what the nature, why I'm calling to make a complaint, what dire strait I was in. I would think that would be in there. That wouldn't be written that way, but I would think I would fill in what transpired.
Well, you can't take that for granted.
Okay. You're not gonna find an answer for that, Mr. House.
Don't you think that should be in there?
Well, I was looking to see if we required in their reporting requirements for them to stipulate what the response level was, level 1, 2, or 3. That's what I was looking for.
Okay, but I think it would be good to, you know, and I don't think the cause of why they're calling would violate HIPAA.
Commissioner, if I may, I think also that would be something else we build internally with our process, is to look specifically at all the call information from the initial call when we receive it through 911 up to the information that we've transferred over that we have access to at this point.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I don't have any other questions. I'm just wondering when we're going to hear from Gold Cross.
Well, we'll get.
Mr. Mason?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Keeping with the 911 theme, if you don't mind stepping back up there, Mr. Director. As he mentioned there, when the call comes in to 911, which is basically the question I have, who's establishing the priority of the call? Because if it's at a 911 level at that point, and we know that it's a call that someone cut their finger, not off, but maybe needed a bandage or something like that. I mean, there are certain calls that don't necessarily require priority of an ambulance to come out. So my question is, at what point is that being established? Is that through you all's office before even pushing it that way, or not even pushing it that way?
That's a great question. So that is actually established after we have transferred the call, and the contractor's personnel goes through a protocol system that will determine the priority level for that incident.
Okay, because that's important to note, and it's important for our citizens to note as well. With respect to, and where's the chief? With respect to, thank you. With respect to the question that the Mayor Pro Tem asked, and I think you answered it quite adequately, who is arriving first in terms of the fire department or the ambulance service. And you mentioned the fact, of course, that you all have more assets you spread around in a better manner. But one of the points I want to make there is that also you're not in the ambulance service. And so you can get to a certain point a lot quicker than they can with less assets, and then they may already be on calls. And the great thing about this is with this partnership being together, you may have, or do you have the ability to establish whether that in concert with 911, if that is a call that actually requires transport?
Correct. With the protocols and dispatch in 911 and determining those priority levels, they also determine which apparatus is needed. And so that, along with actual location of units, helps dispatch the appropriate unit.
Okay, great. So what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing, what the possibility is when we're working together, first of all, it's going to work better when we work together. And with the systems that we have in place or will have in place, will provide a better service, which is what you were talking about, your expectation of having a better service based on all of these factors. So I appreciate that. I also appreciate the questions that have been asked, because it's important for us to have a warm and fuzzy, if you will, of what it is that we're trying to do for our citizens. And finally, I will say this in terms of contract negotiations for both the contract vendor, whomever that may be, and for the city. In contract negotiations, it's a given that there's give and take. There's not going to be a situation where 100% of the time one side's going to be happy or the other side's going to be happy. That's what negotiations are all about. And so we come to a compromise is really what the situation is, and then we try to live with that. And if that doesn't work, as the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, at the end of the time frame, if we see something that's out of place, we do have some opportunities for termination on convenience of the government, or whatever the case may be, depending on what's happening there. So we do have some outs, if you will, but the fact of the matter is, I would hope that we would try to put together a program in a cohesive manner that is best for our citizens, that will still hold our emergency management service accountable. But then again, we also have to hold ourselves accountable, not only in the 911 as well as what they're going to be responsible for, but our contract administrator as well, what they'll be responsible for. So there's a shared process in this whole negotiations process that we have going on here, and we all have responsibilities that we have to accomplish. And with that being said, I believe that we'll be able to do what we need to do. But the fact of the matter is that this contract will give us the teeth, if you will, to be able to be more accountable and more transparent in how we operate emergency management service. Thank you.
Nobody named Mr. Gary. Before you do that, let me ask for clarity. And Commissioner Mason, I'm going to ask the fire chief for clarity around your question, one of your questions. And don't let me misquote you in terms of what your ask was. I think I understood my colleague to say, if you arrive on the scene first, do you have the ability, probably have the ability, but is it normal for you, and at what point in time for you to call the provider back and say, there's no use for you to arrive, we've handled this? Do you typically do that?
Yes, sir. There are several instances in which that will occur.
Okay.
It's typically based on the incident commander.
Okay.
And what that incident commander or that officer is seeing on the scene.
Okay.
But quite often we have situations where that immediate patient care and that level of service that's provided is enough to satisfy that call.
Okay, okay. That was your question, right? Absolutely. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you, Chairman. Once again, I'm coming back to the administrator, if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
So in regards to the commission reserved items, do you see any changes in regards to the transport charges that we've already put in place? I know back in, I think it was October of last year, we set some rates.
That's correct. It was in October. Again, that is up to the commission. However, those rates were recently negotiated October of 2021.
Has Gold Cross asked for any changes to that?
No.
All right. So in regards to the subsidy, what are the next steps that you need to hear from us to move this forward? I know this contract's been in motion since midsummer, so I know that there's been a lot of work that's been done back and forth, but in order to get this contract put in place, what are the next steps?
So on your screen, it lists the matters of contention. These are the 3 items in which we have proposed Augusta's preferred language or provisions regarding the contract. However, Gold Cross has, the vendor, the contractor, has exhibited their lack of agreement with those terms. And then, as stated before, set a subsidy amount as well as confirm or set your transport charges, as well as a contract start date.
Okay, thank you.
And a funding source.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I have a couple of questions. Thank you all to my colleagues. Now, I do have my first one is going to be about the contract itself, which seems to be negotiated, and one of those are not so much the QRVs, because the QRVs is something I believe that our provider will have to order to put them on the road, which I think the contract is, don't let me misquote the contract, please. It'll be 6 months to get them and probably get them on the road. I do have, so with that, I'm fine. With the 6 months to get the level of service and the timelines, that does concern me. I think you're giving them 6 months for that as well. Now, if I'm wrong on that, please correct me on that. You give them 6 months to live up to arrival times and those things in this contract. And we're talking about not so much the QRVs, just regular ambulances between those 8 and 10 ambulances as of right now. Ma'am?
You're correct, Commissioner. The contractor has requested the additional time because we will also be requiring additional ambulances, emergency response units, as well as the QRVs.
Well, the QRVs I'm fine with, but between 8 and 10 ambulances, I think has been standard. We have not, the last 2 MOUs have not stated, I think one of them did, the revision did not. So I think that's pretty standard. It might have just been 8.
It was, sir.
Okay, but I don't think it takes 6 months to get up to par on that. I really don't. That would be a concern of mine. So that means we're paying them, 6 months on both fronts. And I don't think from an ambulance perspective, I don't think it should take 6 months because they're providing that service already for all intents and purposes. That's for what's been negotiated on to my colleagues. I think that needs to be looked at. I'm not worried about the QRVs. Next thing, Attorney Brown, my colleagues, and I can ask my colleagues here if you want to, you can tell me where I can do this here. I can do it another way. I know we're in the committee here, and first I want to ask the committee, do you all mind, because I think if we're going to move this contract down the road a little bit today, we're going to probably need to hear about these things that they are disagreeing about, unless we are planning to give them some sense of direction and how they're going to come to a conclusion. I don't know about that if we don't allow the provider to weigh in on it. So my question is, do y'all have any, do this body, can I speak to the whole body on this, Attorney Brown, or do I need to keep it to the committee?
I think it established as a custom by the committee structure the last 3 or 4 years that all members of the commission can be recognized to speak during a committee meeting. However, only members of that committee should vote. Okay, thank you. So my question to the body is, do we would like to hear from the vendor for some of the questions? Because I got one or two questions. Consent? Yes. Okay, good. Mr. Vincent, you're up. How you doing, sir?
Doing well. How are you?
All right. So I'm going to start out. I'm going to probably come back at the end as well.
Mr. Chairman, can you just ask him to state his name and affiliation so we'll have it for the record who he is?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Vincent, give your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Stephen Vinson. I'm the Vice President of Gold Cross EMS, and I reside at 221 Seton Circle in North Augusta, South Carolina.
It's about a year and a half later, you finally made it up to the big league.
Yeah.
All right, so thank you. Listen, you hear us talking about times, and I want you to, when you answer about arrival times, what does that say to you, and what can we expect from that based on the questions that you heard? If you say you're going to arrive at 10 minutes or 15 minutes, at what time does that time start for you?
Okay, so when we get the call, we immediately open up our CAD system. I mean, it's already open. They hit a button, and it creates their call taking screen. That's time stamped. That is called our PSAP time. That's when we get the call from the 911 center. We have to get just the pertinent information. Any address, phone number, we try to get a callback number, nature description. We have to know what we're going to know what to send and where we're going. That usually takes anywhere from 30 seconds to 90 seconds. It really depends on the caller. If they're frantic, they can't get a number out to us, they can't get an address out to us, it may take a little longer. But as soon as we have the pertinent information, the ambulance is being dispatched within, usually within a minute.
So are you comfortable that when we're saying that your arrival time in this particular instance is supposed to be 10 minutes? So can we count 10 minutes in your mind as being from the time that communication was established between yourself and the particular client, a customer?
No. The 10 minutes would be from the time we had enough information to actually dispatch an ambulance to the time they arrived on scene.
So let me ask you this then. If just say, for instance, in the meantime, those 6 months, they said that 18 months, that we doesn't have that tracking system to know what time your ambulance is en route, that 911, after turning the call over to you, they can start taking 2 minutes off the time that they believe that you communicated with them that ambulance should have been dispatched.
So The easiest way for this, and the reports that we've offered to provide, would be emailed directly out of our dispatch software. We wouldn't even touch it. It would be raw data in an Excel spreadsheet that would come straight from our system. And it includes the priority type, which is, what acuity the call is, whether it's, life and death or not. It's going to include all times, the time we get it from the dispatch center, to the time we dispatch our ambulance, to the time they're en route, to the time they're on scene, all the way up to how long they were on the hospital wall. It's going to give the address, the longitude and latitude. That way, if, for instance, your GIS department wanted to create, a mapping of where all the calls were, but all of that raw data would come into to whoever the administrator determined, it would be emailed to them directly from our dispatch software. We currently do that with other contracts. So we never even touch the data.
And so, so you said, so it comes, if you say on a monthly basis.
This is daily.
This daily?
Now, yes.
Okay.
We don't touch it at all. It's emailed directly from our system to an email address that you would give us. And usually at like 5 o'clock in the morning, it auto-generates from the previous 24 hours and emails it to whatever email address you give us. And that has all the pertinent data, response times, wall times at the hospital. Some counties, some places we do longitude and latitude because they like taking that data and working with their GIS department and plotting it to see where all their calls are as well.
Okay. That's one of the questions for right now. Commissioner Mason, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Vincent, good to have you here to answer a few questions. I want to get right straight to the matters of contention. Let's go there first.
Okay.
The QRV fees, first of all, how many vehicles are we talking about as far as QRV?
They've requested 3 QRVs.
Okay, so there's a request for 3 QRVs. I believe this is public record, so let's just see. And the QRV fees that we're proposing is $250,000. Okay, let's talk about Columbia County for a moment. How many QRVs and what is the payment?
We have 3 QRVs, and when we established those, we received a one-time stipend of $500,000.
$500,000
to go towards the cost of outfitting the QRVs. They're non-revenue generating positions, and it costs close to $700,000 for us to outfit them at the very beginning.
And that would be, in essence, the very same 3 that we're asking for.
Correct.
Okay, it's important to know. Second thing that I want to talk about is this performance bond. What is in your opinion, what is the issue with the performance bond?
The performance bond is very costly, and it's, part of your, in our business, we purchase new ambulances every year. We get loans, to purchase capital equipment. And this is basically a note that you have to have that affects your ability to borrow more money. It's basically like a line of credit that you have to hold over your head. We've been here since 2006 and have never had one. And it's just, right now with everything cost of business rising, we're trying to figure out ways to recoup costs, not to increase costs that we believe are unnecessary.
And do you have a performance bond with any of the other contracts?
We do not.
Okay. All right. Well, as I mentioned, even up here in the negotiations process, there's no one person that gets 100% of what they're looking for. And so we have to be prepared to have some compromise that happens as a result of that. But at the same time, the way that the state classifies you, or there's a regional council who is it? I want to make sure I'm stating it right. Is it the regional council that determines the provider for our zone?
The Region 6 EMS Council provides a recommendation to the Department of Public Health, who the Commissioner of the Department of Public Health, Dr. Kathleen Toomey, has final say on that.
Okay, so you would be considered in contractual terms our preferred vendor.
Correct.
Not necessarily sole source, but our preferred vendor, because that's who they prefer to have the zone for this area.
Correct.
Okay, so with that being said, I think it's important for this commission to note that when we're asking for like items, in this particular case, QRV fees, it's important to note that that we are fair to the contract vendor in terms of the cost of those things that we're requesting and that we're requiring, unless we're requiring something different, something less. So let's just keep that in mind as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you, Chairman. These questions are for Mr. Vincent from Gold Cross. In regard to the QRVs that we're working through of requiring and you being offering them to basically get to some of these calls much quicker, these QRVs generate no revenue, correct?
That's correct. They don't transport any patients.
So in regard to the service that they provide, is it just basically some of the follow-up calls that we get and things like that? Is that what they'll be doing?
Yeah, for the most part, what they do is they, go to a medical alarm. I'd say 95% of our medical alarms are accidental pushes of their buttons. They can go clear up the majority of those. They also add, and I just want to clear up one thing that, I apologize, Administrator. The agreement was ALS on the ambulances, not paramedics on every ambulance. ALS is above the EMT level, which is the state definition, which is what's in the contract. The whole point of a two-tiered system of having paramedics on the QRVs is to augment and supplement basically having a lower tiered staff on the ambulances, because 95%, it's the national stats, 95% of the calls don't require a paramedic. So the QRVs also act as an ALS backup, paramedic backup, so to speak. They can quickly get to those calls that need a higher level of care. And what we can do, and we do this in other counties, is a lot of times that paramedic will get on the ambulance and ride the call in, and the lower level technician will get in their QRV and drive and follow them to the hospital, so they can take over the care.
And last question, Chairman. So these QRVs, the three that we're asking for, will they always be in service? It's not based on peak or non-peak?
Correct. They're 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they were basically what we agreed to contractually. They always have to be up as well. And there's points in the contract, too, that if they're down a certain amount of time, we have to let them know within so many hours.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Welcome. Okay, Commissioner Bible, you can go ahead. But let me, before I recognize you, Commissioner, I've already recognized, but I was going to make a question. I want to make sure my eyes not fooling me. Is that Ms. Williams over there from Procurement at the end over there? Okay, I just want to make sure that's her, because she'll be next for me. Commissioner Bible Williams, go ahead.
You got a question?
No, go. Well, I do.
You sure?
You want to go and ask her my question?
You go ahead and ask.
Ms. Williams, can you come to the podium, please? Rostrum, what have you? Yes, how you do, ma'am, today?
Yes, sir, I'm fine.
You can introduce yourself, Mr. Vincent, for he'll know who you're communicating with here.
I'm Nancy Williams. I'm the contract administrator for the procurement department.
Okay. You heard us mention a few minutes ago about the performance bond. Talk to us why you think that's important in this contract.
Okay, the performance bond guarantees the county when the vendor is not able to perform. It provides us a guarantee and for any services whenever that vendor is not able to perform.
How does that, were you through? I'm sorry.
And we do have that on service contracts.
Ma'am?
We do provide that, or have that stipulation on our service contracts, on our high-performance service contracts.
Okay. So those other things that we have in place, like the force majeure and those kinds of things, those things are not sufficient in the grand scheme of things? And there was another term that was there. What the other term was, Ms. Downs?
Were you thinking of liquidated damages?
Liquidated damages, yes. How does those compare in this performance bond? Attorney Brown, you can help us too. I see you scratching your head. I just want to see.
A force majeure is, for lack of a better word, a different animal than insuring something by the performance bond. The force majeure sets out in advance when either side, the county or the contractor, will be excused from performance because of matters that are out of their control. It does not address any type of insurance or payment as a performance bond would do.
So performance bond, and then we're talking about the liquidated damage, so those work hand in hand, or they work quite different?
Liquidated damages is a preset damage for a limited amount of non-performance, such as late arrivals. It doesn't represent if a vendor no longer has the required number of vehicles, or if they go out of business, or anything of that nature. Overall, a performance bond covers an overall kind of backup or guarantee, without getting into the details, that this case, the city, that one side will not be left high and dry by the other side.
Okay.
So you give a floor so you know you are protected, because we may have to go out and acquire other services for our citizens to carry out these services unexpectedly. We may have to pay a premium to do that.
Okay, okay. Ms. Dowse, I think earlier when this conversation started, was some of us was in our minds, wanted to make a comparison with our contracting in Columbia County contract. Do you have a copy of Columbia County's contract?
I do.
Is a performance bond in that contract?
The performance bond is in the copy of the executed contract that I have a copy of. However,
From where?
From Columbia County.
Okay, go ahead.
However, Mr. Vincent has stated that the performance bond was later, after the document was executed, removed from the Columbia County contract. However, we do not have the documentation to state that.
Did you pursue that to try to get a copy of that, or you just accepted him at his word?
We did pursue that to obtain a copy. However, we do not have a copy of the Columbia County executed contract that does not show a performance bond.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Bobby Williams, Commissioner Bobby Williams. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm sitting.
I'm sorry, Ms. Nancy. I'm sorry. Anything you wanted to say, Ms. Nancy? She gone.
She's mad.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I think she's mad.
Well, I guess it come into Williams. Well, now we figure out what's going on here.
I think your administrator has something.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner, I would also like to add that we researched other municipalities throughout the state of Georgia, their EMS contracts that do have performance bond requirements as well.
Okay, thank you. Good to know. Commissioner Bobby Williams?
Yes, sir. I'm not sure whether or not we've settled everything. I think we still have one or two things we really need to talk about. Correct, Madam Administrator. So we either need to send it forward without a recommendation, and or let them go and work it out and come back when they get finished. I'm not sure, but I don't think we've got everything that we need. And to finalize this, we would need a number as far as the subsidy or what have you. So
make a motion and send it back to the committee cycle or whatever then.
Well, I really want to be fair to everybody. I want to make a motion that we send it back to the next committee cycle, and by that time we would have talked about a subsidy or what have you.
Second. Voting, Ms. Bonner.
Well, hello.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Mason. Go ahead.
I know I'm not a part of the voting committee, but hopefully I can have a word or two. Yes.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple of things I want to add to this equation. When we talked about, when it was brought up for matters of contention, I thought I was under the understanding that the administrator was saying this is, if you will, a commission decision, or in her mind it was a commission decision on those particular items. I'm not sure what more they have to talk about. When we get to the point of a subsidy, it's not up to them to make that determination. I'm thinking they're looking for guidance, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but Madam Administrator, is that what you were saying or alluding to earlier?
That is correct.
Okay, well, with that being said, I mean, I'm moving it back to a committee doesn't really do anything in my mind. I think the more appropriate, and of course I can't make this substitute motion, would be to move it forward to the full commission, and any questions or concerns that we have during this time frame, we can work out, or at least attempt to work out among ourselves until it gets to the full commission. We'll have that opportunity. The other thing I would like to just say here is that because we do have the opportunity to renew or not renew, the government has that choice, and that's something that's done on a yearly basis, and we do this out in the federal government as well. If in fact the performance is not satisfactory, then we certainly have the right to terminate from that standpoint. But one thing I want to keep in mind is that once again, we do not determine who our provider is. That's determined for us, and I would certainly like to see us work more with them versus what appears to be against them, or even more appropriately, what's in the best interest of our constituents. That's more appropriate to say. And so I just wanted to kind of throw that out there if we keep tossing it back to committee. When they've done a good job, and I want to thank the administrator and the staff for the due diligence that have come up so far. I know it's been a grind. We've been going at this for a moment. I think we've made a lot of progress, and I think you would agree to that. We've made a lot of progress up until this point. And the bottom line is it's time for us up here on this commission to do our due diligence now and start making some decisions that's going to help assist you in getting to end state. And I thought that that's what you were alluding to when you made your initial statement, and then when we talked about these matters of contention. And so that's inherent upon us, the deciding authority in terms of these matters of contention and getting them taken care of. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's what I'd have to say in reference to that.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner, I agree. I think, but we're not tasking our team to go back. I think it does give us opportune time to talk among each other and not have to rush through it. We may get to a point that we can see we can bypass the next committee so I can go straight to commission, but give us time and not be forced to make that decision Sunday. I do think we can take our staff out of it and get this done, but I think give us time that won't be forced to make it. So I agree with you in the overall sense of what you're saying. Timelines are what we kind of differ about. Instead of tasking them again, I think it's at the point now that we know where they are, it puts us in the catbird seat to begin to make some decisions, but not to be forced to make them by Sunday that's coming. And that's all I'm asking. So I'd like to say, Ms. Bonner, make the motion. We're voting.
You ready, Ms. Bonner? Yes, sir. Ms. Bonner's ready.
That motion carries. It's unanimous. Yes, sir, you are. Mr. Garrett's up. Let me.
How old is that thing? I said, how old is that thing? Ms. Bonner, I'm ready to start when you are.
I am, sir.
All right. I'd like to call engineering services to order, please. Are there any additions or deletions?
We do have an item for addition, a motion to approve and authorize the mayor to co-execute a U.S. Department of Commerce Financial Assistance Award to Augusta Economic Development Authority. Award estimate to be in range of $4,132,680 with the shared amount of $2 million recipient.
Are there any objections to adding this? All right. Without objection.
Motion.
Be added without objection?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right. And if there are no objections, I'd like to consent items 1, 2, 3, and the addendum item.
Motion to approve.
All right. Voting, Ms. Bonner?
Yes, sir. Mr. Hassan.
Commissioner Hassan.
It's unanimous.
All right. And I noticed that the following item is on both engineering and finance. Is there a need to do them on both committees?
Yes, sir. This item number 4 was referred back to this committee by the commission in its August 16th meeting.
Okay.
That's why it's on. And the presentation regarding an audit falls under the purview of the finance committee.
Is there a way to do it under all together?
That's how the commission set up the responsibilities of the committee.
Okay. All right. Well, item number 4 was requested from Commissioner John Clark. So
You want to refer that over?
no, I guess we'll go ahead and handle it here.
Okay.
Do you want to read it, or you want him to just start? Ms. Bonner?
Yes, sir. Call for an in-depth audit of the stormwater fee program to include all financial aspects, monies received, projects, salaries, contractors, and money paid, etc.
Commissioner Clark?
Clark.
Yes, and I appreciate the presentation being presented today, and so before I make any other comment, let's see what he's got to say.
I'm not sure this is the presentation, Commissioner Clark. I think this is your item asking for the audit. I think the presentation, as Ms. Bonner stated, will be under finance.
Okay.
That's why I said just put.
Commissioner Clark, did you want to ask any questions, or do you want to just wait until finance?
No, I'll just wait till finance.
All right. Can I get a motion to accept this as information?
Motion. Second.
Yes, we're voting on this, Ms. Bonner.
Yes, sir. It's unanimous.
Thank you. And if there's no further items, engineering services is called to a close.
Thank you. I am, sir.
I'd like to call the Finance Committee to order, please. Are there any
additions or deletions?
No, sir.
Being none, if my colleagues agree, I would
Seemed
like
like
to
I did.
consent item number 1. Any objection?
Approve those without objection.
Yeah, I forget.
Okay.
Yeah, we good.
Mr.
Without
Dennis Williams.
objection.
Okay.
Next, Madam Clerk.
Item 2 is the motion to receive as information a presentation on the stormwater fee program.
Thank you, ma'am. The ones that's making the presentation, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. My name is Oscar Flight, and I'm happy to present this presentation today. This is a supplement to the one that we gave in February. It was full of the details that I think folks were looking for in terms of the details of the contractors and all that. So this is a bit of a supplement to that are the one from February. So I added a few slides, and I apologize for that, but there's been a lot of discussion about flooding in the past month, and a lot of it's been in Georgia. North Georgia actually had a flood, and that flood wiped out their drinking water system. Same as a flood in Jackson, Mississippi. And so flooding is actually increasing, so I just thought that would be appropriate to tie in here. This is current events. I added this on Friday, and I would suggest anyone Google flooding and see all the information that comes up on the news component of Google. The other thing that I thought might be appropriate is to go into the proposed 22 budget, or the current 22 budget, and look at the priorities that everyone outlined for that budget for the current year. There was actually some surveys done, and what came out of that was the information that the community and the commission want to put infrastructure as actually the stormwater item in the strategic priority for budgeting. And it even talks about stormwater directly. But it does say that the focus is also on increasing Augusta, so more infrastructure for more business, et cetera. And I just want to remind you that when we do that, when we building is great, but we have to do it in a wise manner. The more impervious surface we put down, the likelier it is for us to improve or increase flooding in the county. So just more stuff, more pavement, more runoff, going to creeks a lot faster, increasing flooding. So flooding is an issue. It's a growth issue too. So it's just something to keep in mind. But it is the #1 priority in this year's budget, and I thought that was kind of interesting. Flooding in Augusta is interesting, has an interesting history. Starting in the 1800s, Augusta used to flood from the Savannah River into town. In 1908, Augusta started building a levee. 1913, there was another large flood, but it was really the flood in 1929 that did it for everybody. That was the largest flood that Augusta has ever encountered. It was 350,000 cubic feet per second. The neat thing about the Riverwalk is you can go down and actually see how high that watermark was on that structure. The flood was actually 40 feet above what the normal flood river stage is now, 45 feet. And just to give you some perspective, when you look out there and see the railroad bridge that goes across the river, the water was up to the bottom of that bridge. That's how high the water level was. So it's a pretty significant event. And so as a result, the Augusta Levy was formed in 1936. That was a result of the Army Corps of Engineers now requiring it because flooding was such a big nuisance in Augusta. So the levee was 30 feet high, built 30 feet high and 11.5 miles long. And one of the things Alan Saxon always cracks me up when he talks about the city of North Augusta. Folks over on the other side, on the third floor of their houses, looking straight across eye to eye with the top of the levee, saying, "Why'd they build that levee so high?" So it's kind of interesting, just the history of flooding in Augusta. And I say that because stormwater is a flooding issue. Hopefully it's a program that alleviates flooding, and that's the intent. And we'll get to whether we meet that goal or not. So the stormwater fee itself is part of a stormwater utility, and so Augusta decided several years ago that the level of service wasn't being met for the engineering department and the stormwater system itself. So it was developed to improve the response to customer requests. Now those customers also include you. So the level of service not only comes from our citizens, but really it comes from whether or not we're meeting the level of service that you feel that we're supposed to be meeting. And so again, we'll keep talking about level of service and whether or not we're meeting the demand that you feel that we need to be at. It also is a part of a requirement for us to have a stormwater program to meet the permit, so that we have a countywide permit that requires us to meet state and federal standards for stormwater components, making sure that we're not polluting the creeks and the river as a result of stormwater runoff, and causing additional flooding as a result of poor maintenance. Failing infrastructure. So one of the biggest issues, two of the biggest issues that result from flooding is the fact that the infrastructure is failing, so it can't pass water, or it's not maintained. So it's clogged with leaves and trees and all sorts of other stuff, garbage, tires, etc. So you'd be amazed at what people put down the storm drain. But all of those things are really the reason why we have a program, why the commission voted to have a program. And then finally, it was to address larger historic flooding issues. So once it was established, you start maintaining the system, and then over time you can see where the historic flooding issues are, and then you start attacking those individually. So the level of service is really what we're after. Are we meeting the level of service? So before the stormwater program, in essence, there was a chart put out by the Southeast Stormwater Association, and this was used to kind of gauge whether or not Augusta was where Augusta was in its stormwater program. And these are the grades that were given for Augusta's program at the time. It was all reactionary, so the program management itself was just something would happen and you would react to it. And there was really no ability to actually improve it because there was no money dedicated to fixing anything. Secondly, whether or not you were meeting the state and federal permit compliance. And so there was minimal compliance at that point. Part of that, a gauge to that is whether or not you have a consent order against your stormwater system, and I don't think Augusta had at the time. Operations and maintenance, and this is really where the rubber meets the road. At the end of the day, we're really cleaning up vegetation. We're trimming vegetation. We're removing stuff from ditches. We're removing stuff from storm drains, because those are the things that clog the pathway from wherever the water's coming off, a road, a building, etc., and going from point A to point B being a creek, and then ultimately the Savannah River. If those things are clogged, if they're not maintained, if there's deferred maintenance for any of those things, they'll clog up and they'll cause localized flooding. And so before the stormwater program was developed, the fee and the utility were developed, there was very little response, and I'll come back to this in a minute, to calls from the community with flooding issues and complaints. And then finally, there was really no plan for any capital improvement. So this is where those historic flooding studies come in, where we go out and we try to determine, all right, well, here's an issue, how do we fix it? There was really no money to go in and prioritize any capital improvement projects to improve those things. And so as we go through here, the stormwater program today, I think, is really meeting a lot of level of service, meeting or exceeding a lot of level of service expectations. And so we do now have a proactive planning program. We are proactively looking for ways to improve the system. We are meeting the permit compliance. We have our own GIS team now that is allowing us to map the system, and with the idea that we can now model the system using what we have in order to make sure we're improving the system, continually improving the system. So we're proactively doing those things. Operations and maintenance, we are. This is really where your calls and the citizen calls come in. We are exceeding the number of calls that come in, because as we drive around the county, we see things and we put our own work orders in. So this is above and beyond the calls just the calls that we receive on a yearly basis. And then finally, some of these capital improvement projects, we have enough money now to do the studies, and then finally come through to go in and fix some of these historic flooding issues. Now, let me say that the stormwater program, the fee itself, the funding was meant really for the maintenance and the program management side of things, and the permit compliance side. The capital improvement stuff was really part in the stormwater business plan, was identified as more of a SPLOST funding mechanism. So we'll get to that in just a second. But here we see all the cash flow that has come in since inception of the program in 2016. The stormwater business plan proposed that the fee itself would bring in almost $15.3 million. It turns out that when they did the analysis, there was some double counting of some of the parcels. So it would count an address twice. So the expectation of $15.3 million has never been met. And so if you look at this chart here, the actual income is in the third column here, with a budgetary shortfall relative to the original plan of almost a little over $14.5 million after 6 years. But with the money that we do use, that we do have on a year-to-year basis, looking at 2021, this is how it's divided in a very high-level way. 39% of that money, or almost $5.2 million, goes into on-the-ground work, on-the-ground maintenance, fixing small items like a broken. If someone runs over a storm drain on the curb, and some of those things get replaced with the fee money. Personnel is the other big ticket item. So there are over 80 employees on that stormwater fee component. And then 16% goes into operations, which allows us to do all of that stuff. And then other expenses are included here, with one of the big ticket items being mosquito control. So of the 39% of the on-call drainage contractors, the work on the ground, this is how that gets divided up. And again, you can see here that really we're dealing with vegetation. Vegetation is a stormwater issue. I know I hear a lot of folks complaining about just seeing people mowing the sides of the road. Well, there's a reason that happens, and the reason is that where you see that occurring, it's part of a stormwater system. The side of the road is a part of a stormwater system. So, for example, if you're downtown, the stormwater system is a curb and gutter system. So the water goes along the curb and then goes down into a storm drain. But along a highway, along a road, where there is no system like that, a curb system, the grass on the edge of the road is part of the stormwater system. And the idea is that the road is crowned so the water runs off to the side. If you've got a bunch of vegetation, thick vegetation on the sides of the road, that water's not going to go anywhere, and you won't be able to pass. The cars will not be able to pass the road. So cutting the sides of the road, cutting those right-of-ways is part of the stormwater system. So just, I hear a lot of people complaining that just grass is being mowed. But yeah, grass is getting mowed because it's a necessary part of the stormwater system. And so this is the breakdown of those contracted services, the $5.3 million. So part of the proactive component for the program management side of things, one of the requirements of our stormwater permit is to inspect all of our infrastructure within a 5-year period. That means sending someone out to a storm drain, to every storm drain in the county that the county owns. So this is a key component, because not every storm drain is owned by Augusta Richmond County. Some of them are private. So one of the things that we have to do is we've got to go to each one of those structures within a 5-year period to inspect it and make sure it's clean and able to pass water. Now, we have a difference of opinion here. If that storm system is not working, we're going to get a phone call about it. So what we would rather do is do something more proactive as a stormwater group, be more proactive in a different way. We don't feel that inspecting every single structure within a 5-year period is a good use of your funds. So one of the things that we're proactively doing is we're having a conversation with Georgia EPD about that one requirement in the stormwater permit. Now, Region 4 EPA encompasses many of the southern states, and so Georgia is one of the only ones that has that requirement. And for us, that doesn't make any sense to make us go around and inspect these things. What we feel we should be doing is working from the creek up to see if because the whole idea is to make sure that we're not polluting the water at the end of the pipe. And so we feel that your money can be spent much better protecting water quality than making sure every storm drain is clear. And again, we would know if it's not clear because we'll get a phone call about it. So proactively, we are trying to rethink stormwater programs in general, and we're having a conversation with Georgia EPD about that right now. there's a lot of stuff to inspect. You can see that there's, around the county, there's 40,000 catch basins on the side of the road. There's 614 miles worth of pipe, 224 miles worth of ditches, etc. There's a lot of stuff, and there's a lot of stuff to maintain, and there's a lot of stuff to make sure for us to make sure is passing water effectively. So on the level of service, so this is really where the rubber meets the road for us. How many complaints are we responding to? So in 2010, we responded to over 6,000 work orders, and this is kind of how they're broken up. So those requests, these are the top 10 work order requests and how they're broken up. And again, vegetative maintenance is the number one thing. Charlie Gay, our assistant director for maintenance, hates trees, and because he's got to deal with them all the time, right? That's really what we do, vegetative maintenance. This is how it's broken down into the individual districts. So kind of looking backward, this was one of the things in the stormwater business plan. These were work requests from 2004 to 2013. And a couple of interesting footnotes here. Remember that we fulfilled over 6,000 work orders in 2021. This is only the number of requests that came in these years. And the footnote at the bottom says they were only able to complete 68% of those work orders. And one other interesting component, the business plan also says that on average it took 28 days for them to turn around getting something done on those work orders. Now, I'm not suggesting that when someone calls, the issue is fixed right away. One of those reasons is because we have to figure out if this is a public or a private issue. These are public funds, and we can't go to someone's backyard because it's flooding, right? That's not how this works. We're really only able to maintain the public utility components. So some of that stuff has to be worked out, whether it's an issue that we have the ability to work on in terms of ownership, making sure those funds those public funds are being spent appropriately. Commissioner Clark, you asked last time about receipts, and so the system doesn't work by receipts. It's a PO system, a purchase order, for which there's a request for proposals for people to bid on those on a particular job. So here's an example. This is the right-of-way routine maintenance vegetation contract. It's 116 pages. And so really what happens is the work gets awarded to someone, and there's a PO cut. And so as the requests come in over time, that company will go out, they'll do the work. Our maintenance people will go out and make sure that work got done, and they submit an invoice for that work. Here's an example, and that work order that invoice gets processed under the PO system. So you were asking about specific receipts, and I just wanted to add that this is how that system works. So it's not quite a receipt system. And finally, I guess we talk about stormwater quite a bit. We hear about stormwater quite a bit, and I guess I'd like to change things just a little bit and maybe ask a favor. There's a lot of people that dedicate their lives to doing this for the county on a regular basis. And, we hear a lot, most of the time we hear the negative stuff. It's hardly ever that anyone says, yeah, thank you, you did a great job. And there's a lot of dedication. There's a lot of people that spend a lot of hours, not just at this job, but at home working and doing the things that we feel will make a great program. My partner in crime, now your utilities director, and I started messing around in 2014, and we invited a bunch of kids to come and I worked at Finney at the time. We invited a bunch of kids to come out and make rain gauges from scratch using a little microcontroller. And that program has now expanded to where we're working with the universities. Here's a photograph of a presentation that several students did for us. So in essence, we put out real world problems to these kids in college. And we ask them, we say, we need a rain gauge. And they will go and they'll work for a semester to come up with a way to measure rain in a different way, or whatever the issue happens to be. One of the things that I'm asking for is a pipe crawler. So when someone calls and says, that pipe is clogged, Charlie will send his guy out there with a $100,000 piece of equipment to walk down it. It's a camera. It's a robot camera. One of the things that I've asked these kids to do is make me one. These little robots that they're using, they do not cost $100,000. And so we're trying to figure out how to be proactive on saving money. I don't want to buy a $100,000 camera. I want these kids to make me a $600 camera, something like that. So there are a lot of things to be proud of for this program. And I really would like to hear some good stuff come from folks. It'd be great for you to get behind it. This is a great program, and there's a lot of things to be proud of. We're very I think that we're doing a great job. And ultimately, though, it comes back to you to let us know if we're meeting your level of service. So I think that was it.
Let me ask a question to start off. Has there been any indication in any of the past audits of any problem with the accountability of funds and projects?
So I appreciate the audit question. I did go back into the last audit, and from what I saw in the county audit, but they still separate, each individual budget gets separated, each program, each enterprise fund gets an audit. And I did see that there was an in-depth assessment of that program. And every year that program still passes the audit. And so I don't see any reason to go further, but I believe that's it gets audited every year.
And since your time there, have you, or are you planning on making any adjustments or changing to the program to make it more beneficial?
So another great question. I appreciate that because I forgot to mention it. So I'm going to talk about Dr. Malik here for a second, right in front of him. So I don't know if I'll get fired or not today, but we'll find out. So instead of asking, so he has gotten a lot of calls over the past 6 years. How come this isn't cut? How come that pond is not clean? How come this? How come that? So what he's done is, instead of coming to you and asking to raise the fee, he's actually gone back into the program to prioritize, to make the program more efficient. And two of the things that he's done recently, he has reevaluated the contracts, the costs of how much it costs to cut a detention pond, for example. He's renegotiated all of those contracts, as well as all of those contracts for right-of-way mowing. And so one of the great things, so we go back to whether or not the program's proactive. One of the great things about it is, he always used to tell me, I got another call about mowing Riverwatch Parkway. The problem is that, again, we're trying to keep up with vegetation. If it rains 3 weeks in a row, there's nothing we can do about that, and that grass is going to grow in 3 days. And so that what he's been able to do is take it from maybe a couple times a year or something like that to now actually having 6, 7, 8 cuts prescribed per year. So as a proactive measure, he's been able to renegotiate the contracts with the current amount of money that we have, not asking for any additional, and making it more efficient so we can meet the level of service that you're expecting.
Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few things. First of all, let me make a statement here. When we first started working on this stormwater program, when I was here before, in my first go around, it's right around 2014 or so when we began to work this program out and determine what it was we wanted to do and the priorities and so forth. One of the major priorities that had my support for this program was that when we put this program into place, that East Augusta would be the priority for a number of the funds and getting that taken care of. Well, here 6 years later, that still hasn't been the case, so I'm a little disappointed with that. Now, that may have changed after I left. I don't know, because it wasn't instituted until 2016. But as we were working on it, that was supposed to be prioritized in terms of those monies operating down in an area that was not supported to the level that it should have been over the years. So I don't know what happened to that. But the other piece of that is, I would say, when the stormwater fee program was put together, it was never intended to fully fund countywide stormwater operations. That's important to note. And it certainly was not created to help balance the general fund. And that's important to note as well. Now, after reading the in-depth audit from Malden and Jenkins, even though you said it passed audit, I also saw in there where it stated that there were some monies removed from the enterprise fund, which is a stormwater fee, to cover some general fund operations, which in my mind should not happen. We don't take funds from the utilities. We don't take funds from the transportation or aviation. And so in my mind, we shouldn't be taking any funds, even if they're paid back. We shouldn't be taking any funds from that program. So I have an issue there, and I'm sure there are great things going on with the program, but our job is to figure out those things that are causing the program not to succeed to the level that it needs to succeed, because I see the grading that you have, but at the same time, my eyes don't deceive me. And I'm also, we get the majority of our calls are going to be on the infrastructure and the grass and so forth. And so I would say that one of the things to look at is, how was all of this being paid for before? If this wasn't intended to be a countywide operation, then how did we get to where we are today? And so I want to go back to a slide that you showed, and I don't remember what number it was, but it was the pie chart. And there was a lot of pie being eaten out of this chart. In my mind, from there it is, from personnel. Now, let me kind of quarterback this for a moment. This on-call drainage contractors, which is costing us $5.2 million. Now, that's including the labor for those contractors, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then I see $5.2 million for personnel. Who in the heck is this personnel, and why do they get over half of the monies that's going for a program that could somehow use more of that so that we could operate more effectively and more efficiently?
Okay, so let me, you had a few questions in there. I'm going to try to remember that.
I'll help you if you don't.
I'll ask Dr. Malik to talk to the East Augusta one in just a second, but I do want to address the the general fund components, the money that in the audit said went back to the general fund. So that's another item that I should, again, talk about Dr. Malik here in just a second, he fought to get the franchise fees back as a result of, those were monies that were taken out and provided to the general fund. He fought to get those back and put back into the program. So there were there's three of them. There's indirect allocation, there's franchise fees, and fees in lieu of taxes. He got fee in lieu of taxes and franchise fees removed from the enterprise fund of stormwater fee. So those were being taken out of the program, and I think those are the ones that are being referred to as going back to the general fund. The indirect fund allocation, at least in my own mind, I can understand that because we use the services of procurement, we use the services of HR, so there has to be some funds that go back to the city to provide the service that we require for the utility itself, because we don't have our own procurement department, for example. The last item that you mentioned.
The personnel.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
It's very important.
So that was set by the commission at the time to fund a number of personnel. So if that's something that you'd like to have a discussion about, Dr. Malik would certainly love to have that conversation. But that would end up being a decision that you would all have to make to change that. That was a policy decision.
So I understand that. I mean, that wasn't a decision that I made, that's for sure. But what I will say to you is this: as I'm looking at this, it looks way out of balance to me in terms of the number of personnel or the dollar amount. How many personnel is that anyway? Are we talking about?
So there are 82 within engineering, and there are 12 that are outside of engineering.
So if we have 82 personnel at 5.2 million, that's about $65,000 and some change each.
Yes. Yep.
I
think that's correct.
To support this program that ends up being only worth about $5.2 million.
So it does come down to the question of whether you're meeting the level of service.
Well, with the person, so, and I don't know that we're going to get the answer here today, but I'm really not feeling that right there under any circumstances. And you said 60 something in AED, and how many where else, or what was that you said?
82 in engineering,
and
12 are in other departments. So, for example,
who are the outside people?
Floodplain manager, planning and IT. So there were people directly funded. There are people directly funded by the stormwater fee for IT personnel, for example.
To do what?
To provide a service.
Well, we have an IT department.
Understood. So these were policy.
Were additional people hired? Is that what you're telling me specifically for your area?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. To support those services that were required. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Dr. Malik, you was going to answer that question?
Yes, sir. So that was based on the original plan that was formulated back, started in 2014 and voted on late 2015. So that's part of the original plan, and that's something, again, as Oscar said, was a commission decision, and that's if the desire of this body is, we can look at that, and actually I'm already looking some of the business, I'm looking at the business plan overall because we're 6 years in this program right now, Out of that 82, we got 53 in actually what we're calling project. Those are the actual 53 personnel actually doing work in the field. 29 EFT in engineering or kind of support services, we calling admin, like my time, Oscar time. There are a lot of people in the plan review. They are on this. And then same, when the plan was developed, the idea was there may be some support from planning and development, like from the director all the way to the admin, and some support from the IT. But that was the original plan, and there are a lot of things changed from now to then. But that was a decision by the commission. And again, if anything need to be changed, this body has to make that decision.
Man, I think the commission needs to make some additional decisions, because in my mind, let me ask you this, since you're making that statement. Well, how did they get paid before the fee was put in?
So the engineering, most of their reply was on general fund. So top of my head, I'm just pulling. So there was around $3 million shift from general fund to stormwater utility in 2016 budget.
Okay, so you showed, or he showed a slide that had cash flow analysis. It was a cash flow analysis where you had what was planned to be collected, what was actually collected, and then you show a shortfall. Oh, there it is. $14 million shortfall at that. So my question is, that $15 million that was planned, and I think he mentioned a little something about maybe it was miscalculated or something like that, but then this actual amount is what I'm more concerned with, that you're actually collecting. For example, in the tax commissioner's office, they say they collect 99.7% or 9% of the collections. So my question is, what is our percentage or your percentage of collections, and are there any city entities that owe us money?
So our collection is 95%. So it is pretty good. There is one city entity has not paid, and that's Daniel Field, and they're about to go to collections.
Daniel Field?
Yes, sir.
What do they owe?
I don't remember.
Do we know?
I can get you.
Have they ever paid?
They were paying, and then recently they decided to stop paying, or I don't know exactly how that worked, but we've contacted them several times with no response. There's another connection that the stormwater program has with them, and that's engineering provides a service for their stormwater program. So, for example, we administer their permit. So there's work back on us for Daniel Field. Anyway, I have not been able to get a response from anyone.
Was that something that was ever brought to the administrator or to the commission in terms of their lack of desire to pay what we ask all of our citizens to pay?
I believe that Dr. Malik has talked to quite a few people about it.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
We're going to go to Commissioner Garrett now, and then Commissioner Johnson.
Clearly.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm not sure if Commissioner Mason was quite finished yet.
Well, I am a finance
a
member.
He's going to come back to you.
Imagine that.
Well, Dr. Flight, I appreciate the presentation that you brought to us, but I think that for those of us that weren't here when this plan was implemented, as well as some in the community, there's a big question that's always out there. Why do we have stormwater program? I asked that question when I first came on board. I gave you a very, very hard time about it. I'm pretty sure you cussed at me at some point. But
I did.
but is this a federally required program?
It is not a federally required program. but it is federally required to prove that you can pay for your stormwater program. That is a requirement.
Well, that's what, yeah. And so in regards to the state regulations as well with EPD and things like that, there are requirements that you have to, the slides that you showed showing where we kind of stood in regards to being able to manage those stormwater runoffs. How does the state regulate that county by county or city by city? How does that work?
So generally, the municipalities are, there are only a few that are countywide, that size. And they usually, some of that stuff is broken up across multiple departments. But I think Augusta has one of the largest, not only in Georgia, but the service area. One of the largest in Georgia, but this Southeastern Stormwater Association, they put out a thing every so often, every other year or so. And Augusta usually falls in that line as one of the larger service areas.
And going back to Commissioner Mason's comment about the original plan was to bring in 15.2 million, and then the actual show something that's totally different. And you made a comment that there were some duplicate properties. Has there been efforts to readjust what that plan should actually bring in? Do we have that number?
So we are about to undergo so all of this stuff, all the impervious area was assessed by a satellite or a plane flyover. So all the impervious area was based upon a 2011 flyover, and we're about to do that process again. So yes, we're about to reassess all the impervious area.
Yeah, well, and I asked that question because, as Commissioner Mason was asking, that percentage of, what we're actually bringing in compared to what we should be bringing in. I mean, if you don't have that number, then it's always going to be hard to compare that to see just how really successful we are on the collection side anyway. And in regards to, some of these ongoing issues, you mentioned Riverwalk and, the numerous calls that you get, I'm sure, each and every month. Has there, as you're talking about the way that you address stormwater and the vegetation issues, have you guys taken a look at why do we plant grass in medians? Why is that the thing that we go to fill in these blank areas? I just got back from Denver not too long ago with some of my colleagues, and one of the things that I noticed there was very few vegetated medians that required any ongoing maintenance. Most of them were either fully concreted or they had actual like wildflowers and things like that kind of sustain themselves as well as, keep a decent appearance. Mm-hmm. So has there been an effort to kind of change the policy in those things that we use in our medians and even in some of the ditches or things?
So to some degree, yes, we're always looking for a more efficient way, right? Because again, I'll try to make Charlie happy, not planting trees, but hardscape and xeriscape is definitely part of the proactive plan that we're pursuing. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Chairman.
Now, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Mason made a great point about East Augusta as a priority, and I'm going to be a little selfish here because I'm an East Augusta baby, and not only that, I lived in East Augusta for quite some time. So I want to know, just for the record, what scope of work has been done in the East Augusta area using the stormwater program?
So to my knowledge, East Augusta planning design started around 2008 or something, and there are 8 phases to that plan because the magnitude of the work and dollar amount it will take to construct everything. So now the design is completed and the project is in construction. Mm-hmm. Then right now the 4th phase is in construction. So we finished 1, then we finished the original pond. That was 2nd because we have to have, the detention to take all this water. then this body changed some priorities. They wanted to, commission make a decision to do the Marion home first. So we have to kind of rearrange those phases. So Marion is done, and now we're back in East Augusta. And the next phase is already finished. We're in the right-of-way phase for that. As soon as we're done with this one, depending on, again, funding, we have funding right now allocated, but the way construction costs are going, we may have to recapture somewhere else to make it work. So the progress is being made, as we speak. The goal is not to stop it, to keep going, to finish up the remaining 3 phases.
So I just want to make sure I ask the question just to make sure that we are doing our due diligence with painting the right picture to the public, that our stormwater dollars are not being used for, whatever we're attempted to paint it to be used for, but it's actually going to the usage that we said that we want to use it for. So the current project that we have on the ground right now, East Augusta, the Albany project, that's a stormwater project.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I thought so. I absolutely thought so. And I'm only asking that question for the record because I see our cameras are on, and I want to make sure that the evening news does not report that, the commission is just putting money this place and that place and don't have any record. No, we're using the dollars for what we said we're going to be using the dollars for. And I've seen this time and time again, and we're talking right now with we're talking East Augusta. East Augusta was brought up for whatever reason. There's a project going on as we speak. You can go down East Augusta right now and see the progress of that project. So I have no argument on that end. I do want to ask you a question that I'm going to turn the mic back over, Mr. Chairman, is your schedule for cutting drains. Is there an actual schedule for cutting some of these drains once they're constructed? And I ask the question because back to East Augusta, now this is a contrast. Somebody might say, well, you're about to put your foot in your mouth. Well, just let me finish what I'm saying. The drain in East Augusta, I stood next to it a couple of days ago, and the grass is taller than, the vegetation is taller than I am. So the question that I'm asking is, in areas like this where it's hard to keep up, right? I don't expect there to be staff going around every day looking for drains to cut. I know there's a process. Is there a schedule that we're putting these drains and things on to be cut regularly? How many cuts a month? How is that maintained? Because I think one thing that bothers me, and this is not an indictment on anyone, at the podium or anyone else for that matter, but it's like every year I'm calling about the same drain. Is there a strategy in place or forthcoming that will put some of these drains on a schedule, some of these right-of-ways on the schedule to be cut, especially the frequency? So I guess that's a question there.
Yes, sir, there is a schedule, but the level of service, that's really what we're discussing, Expectations of level of service A maybe, and we may be doing C because that is tied back to the workforce we have in some of the major areas. That's why we shifted to the contract services, and we're working through it. So as I did mention, though we are 2 million short every year, but the engineering department is delivering the service the way it was promised, really. That's what the second chart was. It was around B+. So in my opinion, we're meeting on that expectation, or at least what we promised. So we do have a schedule on that, but it's not at the same level of service as maybe expectation, And we're working towards that. So some of our major roads, starting next year, that's what our negotiation, from 6 cuts, 6 weeks, we're going 8 cuts. Same, actually, it's 200 less than what we're paying now, but we're adding 2 more cuts to that. We do have a schedule for pond maintenance. It's once a year. But some ponds, like neighborhood may call, I need my pond cut, so that's going to be added on. But again, it's a level of service versus resources. But we do have a proactive program right now with the schedule, and then as the resources become available, or we do things a little bit more smarter way, or cut costs somewhere else, we will move that level of service up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Clark, and then Commissioner Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I'm going to be tempered here a little bit. I appreciate the history lesson, but that still didn't get us to the matter of where we need to be. The growing number of citizens in Augusta are not satisfied with the stormwater program. there's obvious reasons why they're not. And when you look and you keep referring to an audit, and I did ask for an in-depth audit, and one reason I asked for that is because you can look at the paperwork and the numbers are not adding up all the time. You said that you go through procurement, you don't have receipts, you just pay out. Well, I'd like to see the trail of payouts, as I'm sure that the citizens would like to see the trail of payouts. I would love to say something good about stormwater program. I think basically it's a good program. I don't think it's fundamentally doing what it was designed to do. I think there's an overload of directors, office personnel, supervisors, engineers, and there's not enough people with boots on the ground. And if you look at the people in your department, I think you can agree to that. People ride around Augusta and they see your stormwater fees at work. Well, is that contracted people doing the stormwater cutting, or is that people that work with the city of Augusta payroll? Commissioner Mason asked about, well, isn't this an awfully high salary when you have on-call service, and then you have this service, but there's not a lot of boots on the ground. If you look at the personnel, you'll see that what I stated is pretty accurate. There are streets in Augusta, and we've had street sweepers close to a year, that's never seen a street sweeper. Keeping the streets clean on the curbs is part of the stormwater program, but yet there are curbs in Augusta that have more grass in it than the yards and the shoulders of the road. I didn't understand what you said, but that's okay.
That was a citizen making a comment. I drove in.
Okay.
Got order there.
Couldn't hear you.
Keep going, Commissioner.
But, there's a lot of shoulders of the road, sidewalks that people can't walk on, that they never get cut. You say you're on a schedule of 6 cuts a year, and I swear to you, some areas are not getting that service. Some of the stormwater drain ditches are not getting that service. East Augusta, and I'm going to give you credit. The Marion Homes project is great. It's come along great. That was a good project. That's what stormwater funds should be used for. So I did have something good to say about you. But when the citizens are worried about the water running off of Calhoun Expressway into their yards and washing their foundations out, I think that's a big concern. I think that should be a priority. Now, we got 20 million in Splosh 8 coming up. Is there a plan? Do we have projects planned that we're going to do that? In the previous, since 2016, can you publish how many projects and what projects we did other than Marion Homes and Skyview Drive and a couple of backyards? I think the citizens need to see that. I think they demand to see that. And I still think we need an in-depth audit. I'm not going to give that one up. I think we need an in-depth audit. The numbers are not adding up. I mean, you can put anything on a pie chart and sell it, and it sounds like Colonel Tom's Traveling Medicine Show. You're selling something that the majority of people are not buying. I'm sorry. I've got a list of questions that it would take too long this afternoon. I know that people don't want to hear it. But I just don't think this program is working the way it was designed to work. Thank you.
Commissioner.
Thank you. First thing I say is not today, from all the questions I heard from my colleagues, there are some things that has been very obvious today that can be worked on, such as the 50-50 personnel or things like that. It can be worked on. But overall, we have a good program. I think Dr. Malik can look at the numbers and look at who's being compensated and kind of see who you can back out of there to get it where you can get more services for your money. But I'm hoping and praying, and I'm really hoping and praying that this commission, and I don't think everybody, so please, I don't want to offend anybody in saying this, doesn't see fit to try to fix the problem as opposed to attempt to do away with stormwater. I think you do yourself a disservice. I think stormwater came into play with a unfair, bad image, and it has never been able to outrun it. And probably for some of these reasons, in fairness, you can't just put it on the I'm gonna say naysayers or people who had a problem with it. But every county around us have stormwater. That don't mean we have it because they have it, but it's a legitimate government function. That's my point. It's a legitimate government function. And I'm hoping and pray that, that y'all, make the improvements and see where some of these personnel can be potentially backed out, if that's possible. If they can't, you need to come back to the commission and share why they can't. But if they can, you need to make those necessary adjustments. But also, I think with the flight storm, started out to saying stormwater and flooding, they're synonymous in the grand scheme of things. And just remember, we have over 200-year-old city. And you finally find a way to attempt to embark upon those things, whether it's SPLOST funds, whether it's your TIA funds, whether your stormwater funds, because your TIA, most of it is project-driven, if I'm not mistaken. Stormwater for the most part as well. SPLOST as well. But we do set monies aside to try to get some stormwater projects done, such as in East Augusta. You look at East Augusta got right now almost $8 million that's down there that's associated by way of stormwater. So there are some good things that are happening with it. Now, can it be better? Absolutely. So like I say, I think we got enough bright minds up here that we can take and find a way to help them get to where they need to be. But the worst thing we can do is do ourselves a disservice to attempt to shut the stormwater down. I think that's a dead mistake to do that. I think we shouldn't even entertain that. Just find a way to work with the director, that department, our finance department, our administrator, and we as commission work with them to try to critique it and see what we can do to make a better program. But it gets too vital to this government. There's too many good things that has been done. Good things can continue to be done if we're willing to put in the work and work with them and get it done. Don't fall for the okie dokie. Everybody has this program. We need to keep it. We need to keep it. It's a small price to pay when it comes to flooding. I think Mr. Flight gave us an example of what flooding looks like in Augusta. From the Carolina side to our side, that levee wasn't there. Not only we talk about East Augusta being the bottom, all of the inner city is the bottom when it comes to that river out there. All of it is the bottom. I just happen to be out there on the south side at this point in my life, and I can look down the hill and almost look back across the water. So don't miss that. So don't play with it. To my colleagues, I'm encouraging you for what you heard today. Let's find a way to work with it and make a better program. Don't even think about entertaining what some are most likely to believe to abolish this program. It's too vital to this government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions from the commission? Thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon. At this time, I would entertain a motion to receive the presentation as information.
Second.
General consensus? Oh, did I use the wrong term? Okay, cast your vote.
It's
being
unanimous.
No other business? Sir? Being no other business, I'd like to. If you will hold 1 second, sir.
Yes, I have a petition to vote for the stormwater program. I'd like to have it read.
Yeah, it was to adjourn it. Okay. All in favor, cast your vote. It's done. Thank you very much. Being no other business, that's the end.
Call public safety to order, please. Ms. Bonner, is there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is Mr. Garrett still here?
Without opposition, I'd like to consent items 1, 2, and 3, please. There's no opposition. With no other business, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.